Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still, we'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so. I should visit Joshua, assuming Talia will allow it.
You need anything, you just ask. We might not have your uncle's resources, but...
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts? Here you are. All done?
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye? Always something in there.
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the forge and all that. Well, anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing out ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area is either Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye. If something ain't done...
I won't let that...
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. You reckon we should...
No.
Yeah, well... I can't stand about knowing...
Don't tell me we've run out of pappy nuts and all.
So what do I owe the honor? Yeah. The weight of all that shit. Clever girl, that one. What do you want? Should last you a good while. Yeah, that should do you. That it? Fine.
Oh! Be seeing ya.
The stew's awful. I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastport, but as soon as the rebuilding work is completed...
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me.
Come back.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
It's a wonder they made it back at all. I heard Odin was there.
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's all right.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
Then again, why settle for low-born chaff when we've honest-to-goodness royalty right here beneath our roof? If Prince Dion cannot see my love for him, then perhaps the Phoenix will. Welcome home, Sid.
Miss, can we read Miss Editor's story for our lesson today?
What a wonderful idea, Jocelyn. Let's do just that.
How was she? The Enterprise, I mean.
Sid.
Don't tell me.
Oh, no? I'm working on bringing another one. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermo. Let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot hotter than anything. Only mithril engines get hotter. And you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other. Trouble is, we won't be able to make it out. And I hear you once helped Helena get her.
If it's for the good of the hideaway, I'd be happy to.
Oh, it is. I promise you.
So, What exactly is this good stuff you need me to find?
We've got a couple of examples here. Spherical echoes, we call them.
More fallen materials. So this smelter is similar to the Mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics deal with heat like nothing else, see? And what's more, they're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we line the hub with them, they'll reflect the heat right back into the furnace. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all watched over by their bigger, uglier cousins.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres they're guarding?
That's it in a nutshell, yeah. We're only 3 short, mind, and we know exactly where they are. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one is in the ruins of Advent, which is in the Empire.
All right then. Wish me luck.
Will do. I'll be keeping all my fingers and toes crossed.
The people of Amber might not have been the friendliest sorts, but they didn't deserve this. Not that the Aether cares. It springs up wherever it likes. Nowadays, that seems to be all over. Mind how you go, Sid. There's a Kashik about.
village has turned. All right.
This one. Get him! Go to him! Nice try. Go to him! This one. Go to him! This one. Go to him! This one.
I need to deal with these ones first.
Get him!
Too slow.
Fire and flip this one! Kill!
Get him!
This one! This one!
Too slow. Well done, Torgal.
Kill! Over here!
Now to find this spherical echo. This is it. Right then. Just two more to find. Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
The world seems to be changing so fast lately I can hardly keep up. But what I do know is that there's more bad news than good. You can tell that just by looking at people's faces.
Want to know how to tell if the world's going to rack and ruin? Look for busy blades.
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes. Colours too. Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
Anything catch your eye? Take care out there, eh?
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000.
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
I think we're all of us glad to see the bearers and the guardians find a home for themselves.
A few rooms going spare night. You want a bed for the night? You speak to Martha.
This is no time to ride.
Can't say it wasn't a relief to see the better part of the Guardians finally taking their leave. We barely had room to breathe, what with them and us and all the others all crammed in together. They were good lads, though. I'll miss not having them around.
Ah, Clive, I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As have those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep him in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together to get Eastpool back on its feet, I mean all of us. They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will. Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more, and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid!
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger. Care to swear that blade to me again?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
I am. And thank you for everything. Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sunbreak. Went quietly, or so we're told. And she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be all right.
I hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And
keep up the good work.
I heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to grow our own food.
Victuals Martha sends us are more than enough for me.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery.
These are Gizal Green. Martha's keen to cut the apron string. I jest, of course. You see, but they'd long since gone to seed.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show them so that they'll be able to...
That's not... These bearers had only recently escaped them. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another.
Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our
The Horde! They're coming, Sir Wait.
Time it all. I gather the men in the square.
Yes, Sir Wait.
The Horde.
Akashic. A veritable legion of them. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size.
Now you're out of...
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive...
What if you could call on
You mean the bearers? We brought them here...
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village, though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians.
You're right, my lord. I will... My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter. To serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will. A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool! For Eastpool! Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of me own.
Lord Rossfield?
So what's the plan of...
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position upon engaging with the Akashic. Each detachment will keep the creature...
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm convert. With luck, that point will be the village square. The perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them. And for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you...
Sir Wade!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, each shielding the other that...
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue.
And I will do it.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes. I will not let this village fall.
All yours, Torgal! To me! Torgal! Stay down! Get him! Go, Torgal! Over here! Go, Torgal! Sicker!
Looks like that's the last.
Lord Rossfield!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's right.
Or the better half of it. Sir Wade.
Hard to say. My men are still facing some I could order a
No. You stay here too. I'll go after the... Join me only when...
If you're sure. May the Founder
Come to tell me an Akashic curl's heading towards the rest? Get yourself down there. We can handle things here.
Next one's mine. I might not know one end of a sword from the other, but I can roast the bastards.
All right, but stay with me.
The curl was sighted on Rhiannon's ride back towards Martha's Rest. Founder speed you, my lord.
Eastpool will be safe in our hands, my lord. You have my word.
Get him! This one. All yours, Torvald. There it is. With me, Torgal. Nice try. Get him! Over here! This one. All yours, Torgal. Nice try. Get him! Torgal, kill! Stick him!
All right.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but...
I think it might.
We saved Eastport. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade, you brought us together.
We never had nothing to call our own before. But now we do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your peoples, but there's no doubt we're free men now. So we have to fight to protect what's ours.
And we shall. This is our home.
They'll have us.
Come on then.
This village isn't...
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he was still with us today, this is...
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can. After all, this is my home now, too.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support?
Of course. Us Rosarians...
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds.
All right.
Lord Rossfield, clearing the goblins from the Stillwind Marsh.
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
The hero? It's lucky. Not only did my seeds get delivered...
I just did what...
And it's only right that you take it before I...
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally... and a home to free bear...
Well, it was your right.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know... bearers living free like that. Loath as I am to recall that.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye.
Well, if you really want to know. In fact, that's how I met him. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful, anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day, that whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's all good thing we've got a few half-de... It's almost enough to give you a little...
Just a little.
Anyway, enough now. Better get back to work. Let's see about making the least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve as a hot meal. And...
That sounds like a...
live.
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring.
Since we brought all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie, and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits, just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
Are you a lord? Lubor's going to be one too. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil, because of how he stopped all the...
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child. And the vote hasn't... But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a... Speaking of menaces, there may be a rather worrying one just...
May there...
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their difference, and they have formed one... And they grow...
We'll fight them all off just like last time, won't we?
Of course we will. If we continue, the longer we avoid facing this one... Our best hope is by finding those, perhaps, certain Lord Underhill?
How could I refuse?
Thank you, my lord. Victor will fill you in on the... I have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable soul.
I'll go and speak with...
What's the difference between a lord and
A League of Outlaws. Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalham?
Ah,
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnes by now.
I did. Then I came back. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss. A sentiment, Master Lubor's...
You're not the only...
What is it?
He asked for my aid, and he said that you might be...
Then you've come at just the... There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely... But we must strike together, and we must strike soon.
All right.
There's one upriver. Just out there, across the Duke.
Leave it with me.
If those ne'er-do-wells want to band together, let them. There'll be no match for us.
Let's go.
Faster!
That must be the camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Toggle.
That's him! The one who killed Locke and Fingers! Take his head off!
I'd better let Victor...
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see the bat.
No, but...
No.
What is it?
The whole town, they're saying that Lubor...
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits... Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to... And when Lubor felled him, with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years. Which is... If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One...
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound...
We're sorry, Lubor, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the... All that matters to me is that...
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing. All lies, I'll wager. Just...
Once people make up their mind, we need to do something. And quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them.
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember. They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might not... Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however, is a trouble.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but...
And that is...
Why are you taking the bearer's side, Victor? Are you one too?
You know I'm not. Just listen.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
He knew all along that he...
Forgive me for disturbing you, but... Could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
As have I. Lord Underhill, wasn't it? Of the League of Merchants.
That's right. I wanted to...
The rumors that he's a bearer.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything...
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout... In this at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind...
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us.
So what do you propose?
Perhaps. That is a question, and they will thank you not to get...
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing...
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie
You never know. Once their anger is cool...
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a share in Lubor's ill-gotten gil, perhaps?
Go on, Sid. No sense stalling.
The man with the sword was going to kill us, but then Lubor shot magic at him.
I don't care if Lubor's a bearer. He's still Lubor, isn't he?
I assume the situation is
There's still hope.
But perhaps not in this...
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. We'll talk some sense into them in the end.
No. And your efforts would...
But
Rosina would often that steel does not lie. That a blade is a reflection of yourself be true. That was her rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself, and so must I be. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have For only united can they hope to stand against... I'll need to make a suitably...
Don't go, Lubor. You will be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best.
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is get...
I would not take it, Victor.
Over. And so just like that, you're going to throw this town? I thought you were better than this, but it seems you had me fooled.
Victor.
Forget it.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe... but where are my manners? Right then. I have packing.
If there's anything I can...
I'll bear it in mind.
Why is everyone being mean to Lubor? He didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to go with him.
If you're going to try and convince me to stay, save your breath. I will not put those children at risk.
What do you mean, don't jump to conclusions? He cast a spell without a crystal. What other conclusion is there?
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a Sharon, why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
Lubor has been lying to us from the beginning. How can we trust him?
You may have your business interests to consider, my lord, but do not think you can sway us with your honeyed words.
How the hell did that bastard get through the desert gate? Where were the guards?
Ready, go? Yeah!
Easy. You deserve a rest.
Now, Torgal! Stay down! Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Farewell.
If the hills around my home are crawling with the King's Akashic, I keep the gates closed too. Enough of you, are there? Two down, one to go.
here. August waiting for you inside. No?
So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
If you can swing a hammer, you can swing a sword.
The brass neck of that girl. Everyone's coming together to fight for their lives, and she hasn't lowered her prices a gill.
Anyone got a blade? Come and get one. Sharpest edge in Dravost, guaranteed.
Clive! You're here!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought. There's swarms of them out there. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. That should buy us some time if we need it. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes at least.
Well done.
Welcome back, Sid. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost keen to help us out again?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoldan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best.
I did, but that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you're wasting half of mine instead?
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do was your duty!
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. You can finish beating each other up once Dravost...
Fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clive. We're short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you?
Prick or not, I won't abandon Dravost to a swarm of Akashic. Prick or not, I won't abandon Dravost to a swarm of Akashic.
Just say the word. The villagers know to keep out of sight when the fighting starts.
You,
We can't afford...
Right you are. Don't want any no... Oh, and... Blackthorn?
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls. And the...
What was I saying about no...
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open.
Good idea.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting.
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beats. The people here are tough and willing.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you...
And if they kill you?
You evacuate. But it won't come to that. I promise. Take good care of Dravost till I get back.
Leave it to me. And... give those...
All right. Which one of you's first?
Over here! Now, Gorgo! This one. Get him! Gorgo, kill!
Is that it? Apparently not. They're not getting past me. slow. Nice try. This one. Over here! All yours, Torgal! This one. Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. Though you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
Sid! You're even more fearsome than your reputation. Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for the wretched things. But mostly, I felt grateful. Dravost won't forget what you did today.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravosh needed you. So, thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened. I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy when, for me, it was anything but. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier, it was true. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
alive, perhaps wealthy even, but Dravost isn't what it once was. Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day because it's easy and turns a profit. It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravost what a true master blacksmith looks like. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. Blackthorn. The Master Smith turned outlaw, back in my good graces. I never thought I'd see the day.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
And this is?
A token of our lasting gratitude. But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to hone an edge Odin will be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry. And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravost in the first place? A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway, would you?
He's more than welcome. As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got a legend to forge.
With a little help from Blackthorn, I don't see why we can't restore Dravost to its former glory. Barring ether floods, that is.
I'll get him back to the hideaway. Don't you worry about that.
I'll tell you what, Clive. If we pull this off, it will ruin every other sword you've ever held.
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
Most of what we have now comes from here in the hideaway.
Ah, the man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword I promised you.
It's funny. But none of this would have been possible without your help. You remember Camille? We'll be using his leather work for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is, then.
Well, bugger me. We actually did it.
The sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
It's quite something.
I, trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsmen alive, then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge. Here.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravost.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better than the Ragnarok. Something worthy of a legendary outlaw like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see. You leave this list with me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friendship reforged?
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past. So
then tap the kegs! Vocal...
what do I owe the honor? What do you want? That it? Fine. Trouble with your gear, or... I never thought that if it hadn't been for you... And if it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't. You've been a good friend of me, Clive. The best. You do what you need to do, Clive.
No need to thank me for the sword. I'm happy just to be here.
Do you reckon we finally got to the bottom of Blackthorn's troubles, then? That'd be something, eh? Now, he wouldn't be Blackthorn if he didn't give us the odd scowl.
bearer of the Burning Quill is within, my lord.
The greater number of our order live among the masses, hidden in plain sight. Even here in Tabor, our brothers and sisters pose as common folk. If any should reveal themselves to you... The greater number of our order live among the masses, hidden in plain sight. Even here in Tabor, our brothers and sisters pose as common folk. If any should reveal themselves to you, I beg you keep their true identity secret.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught?
Perhaps. My brothers, have you learned anything?
Little and little.
I see.
Be assured, however, that even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every...
Fallen ruins, I take it. Dating back as far as Phoenix Gate.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the as if protecting the secret.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of interest, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our
Would that be possible?
Of course. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect their preliminary... If you would consider...
All right.
They will be... Might I suggest you take the road through time? It will lead you straight to the village, after but a short walk.
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord. May the firebirds flame.
Oh no. You'll pay for this. Can they still be survivors? Ogle, kill! Now, Ogle! Yeah! Whatever that thing is, I'd say it's their leader. Bravo! Get him! slow.
Over here!
Should have stayed in the path. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes appeared, our brothers here, thanks to them, and to you.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety, but surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering a duty of the highest import.
And you think your dead brothers...
I know they would. They gave their lives for the... Now,
Cyril told me of your work here.
I see. That... May the Firebird's flame burn ever...
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Think no more of us, my lord. Only deliver our findings to the bearer of...
Let us continue then. There is a second hull further in.
I shall prepare the parchment.
The bearer of the burning quill is within, my lord.
Ah, you are...
Here.
My thanks. I shall study them and inform you.
Cyril. Losses which could have been avoided. Had the others not... Were these your...
No. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the...
Even when death is...
My lord, the Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations. We live to serve the Phoenix. Our very order exists.
Cyril. But allow me to offer you, it does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives. Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want you. Please. For all our...
I thank you for you. If you will permit me to respond, our faith and we of the Undying will do what we believe as first shield to the Phoenix.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind.
Ah, Clive.
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade and... I still have much and more to prepare. You couldn't do me a quick...
What is it this time?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask out. Find out exactly how much faster I need...
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
Don't blame yourself, El. This... I know, but... No buts.
Some...
Vonnie came to give me a message from the talks with the Republican Army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate, but the Consortium offered double what we did, and the Army jumped.
And you had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all.
El? I saw Vonnie
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the fist was... How did the Consortium...
It's not so surprising. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually. And at the price they pay, I'm going to Randall...
Alone?
Are you offering to... How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get... Even if I fail to free the... Someone needs to prepare...
Oh, and that's me. Well, it looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for... She means to stay with us, then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear...
You have to trust...
You're right. And if El's off... So I bid you farewell. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. You go to Randala and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's head.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randala, then. I'd better not keep Eloise waiting.
I wouldn't give for a hotter meal. Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
Let's go. Run like the wind. Right. I hope I didn't keep you. What did you arrange? Just...
Here they are now.
You wished to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently... We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves.
You misunderstand. The Consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without... But what is done is done. Come then. How much...
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional The bearers belong to him.
Who is your
A trader from a most demanding fellow. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental type.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings.
That does sound... No matter then. If they've already... And with it, my interest in...
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. He was right. The Silver Peak Consortium did. Their representative hinted at a possible I feigned interest as soon as he left.
So you...
No. I entertained but I was a fool to think they wouldn't find it.
You tried.
I did. But they deserve... I wanted so...
Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The villagers, a pack of beasts have come down from the... Theo and the others are trying to hold them. They need help.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clark. I'll gather some men and...
Hold on, Theo. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village.
We just have to pray, mate.
I can do better than that.
Theodore led the dragon upriver.
There's an ether flood up ahead. I know Theo's a bearer, but even he can't stay.
This one. Get him. Sick him. It's over. Any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy.
Yeah!
Theodore, you had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore!
And so will you!
Elle. Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore, wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. His first instinct was always to protect people.
And now he's gone because I sent him to...
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on it.
To live my... He never could come to terms with...
What exactly? You once told me Theo was the first...
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. A late bloomer. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until my parents tried to drive him out of the house before they could.
Theo told he clearly admired your devotion, but he said you deserved a better life, just as you've...
I would be lying if I said how much easier my life might have been if I had devoted myself to the family business instead. But I have never. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition. I only had to look at him to remind myself. He was never a burden. If anything...
You weren't, Eloise. That he had always been... And that he wanted to repay you by letting neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You did whatever, and you always were.
You're right. It was so... Oh, Theo... I know Theo wanted me to move on. But I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. We can help people. I need nothing more, so I'll carry on doing what we do. Bringing smiles to people and to Theos. This is the life I have
I've made a choice of mine to continue helping you, however.
Thank you. Let's go on together.
Run like the wind. That's all of them. Owain can uncross his toes now. Let's go. Faster! That'll do, girl.
The dame certainly has a way with the men of the garrison.
Soldiers too craven to fight. Stark know the lot of them.
Why, your stall is as ripe as a midden heap.
It's my damn bearer. He's gone and lost a touch.
And what can I do for you? Come back again.
But there were ghosts at the gates not days ago.
Those things I said before.
So many were injured. Only by the grace of the goddess did so few succumb to their wounds.
I'd say it was more the grace of the dame. But
Oh, my wards and I may...
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty...
The High Card?
Leader of the Council of Elders. Second, not that any of those things still exist.
And what does he want with Northrop?
He wants to transform it into a foundation upon which to build. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall...
He would rob the populace.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discover...
What does Captain... When the town was under attack, it was him that...
How? By speaking. A man whose stated aim is to revive the Empire, Philippe's comrades swore. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny, but given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you, for your services to Northreach, you have the respect of the soul. And unlike Philippe, no bond. Well?
I'll see what I...
Thank you.
Tell me then. In the garrison?
Overseeing the troop.
All right. I may have met this duke before. At the Remembrance ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
It's heartening to see that the Guard have rediscovered their purpose.
As long as you remain, the Vale was...
Halt! Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass, but you should be all right. Here's it, wait here.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison.
The Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution, but no more. For it is they who shall see the holy...
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely, which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twins. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect... with Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the Twins. Plans are already underway for the construction. Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might...
I fear you underestimate how dangerous... Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together and...
The people will... If Sandbreck is to be rebuilt, one whose authority is beyond... That is why this levy is necessary, so that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be... And yet there are those who persist in...
Precisely. The common folk have little and less. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own...
Sabine, we have...
Yes! And I told you then how put...
Without an empire, there are...
And in yours, there will be only Is that what Grieger...
Do not take her name...
I'll come back later. The citizens... I wonder what the people really... It wouldn't hurt to... Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
Oh. As long as you remain, the veil will see
The legionaries lay limp and lorn, both heads and swords hung low. But at her touch they did rise up to meet.
You needn't fret. The creatures have been...
All right there. What is it?
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you...
Not much. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting it. Now he's trying to drive us out completely. Threatening to take everything. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be...
I heard the dame got an icon to rid the meadows of those ghasts.
Oh, come now. She surely cannot count a dominant amongst her clients. Can't she?
A question. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
You build a life for yourself somewhere, earning for some... If he thinks his name and his chain will do whatever it...
Why, your stall is as ripe.
I've been hearing a lot.
Enough going around acting like he owns, and with hardly a word to the dame. This,
I take it you'd rather she...
as far as I'm concerned, she just need his eminence to sod off back to Oriflamme.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
I got peppers to numb your tongue up.
those things I said before about not being able to fight.
You didn't mean them. I know. That's not the man you are. The man I love.
Excuse me, do you have a... I wondered if you'd mind
Well, I mean, look around her. The traders might not like having the screws put on them. But if they've volunteered, I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best way. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do, well, that's just how it goes.
It's heartening to see that the Guard have rediscovered their purpose.
You're the one who's talking to...
On the Dame's behalf, yes. What do you think of his...
I'm a soldier, mate. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame. But that's where my loyalties lie. Not with the town or the Empire. If the Duke can get us the men and the equipment we need to fight off them...
As long as you remain...
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing yourself!
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to... Do you think that's a...
It's not... All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me... Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but once Sanbreque is back on her feet...
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this. Captain.
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the... Do you intend to go along?
But to tell you the truth, it's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to...
That's right.
Well, she doesn't...
Thank you, Clive. Protecting the people I love is what... Well, gee, thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing, at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
Clive, were you able to...
I was.
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. There's no denying that. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders. And not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sanbreque, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying. But the battle is lost.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
Why?
Because I realize we're not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters, but I'm certain they're not. And when they do come back, we need to be ready. We need to stand together. All of us. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon it was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always been Northreach's best hope, and one which still lies within our grasp. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind for the guard.
Not at all. Be my guest.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach yet. Especially with men like you and Philippe to champion our cause. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into joining hands. But I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again. Until then, Clive.
Until then.
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of
Stew's awfully thin these days. The stew's awfully thin these days.
covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
It's a wonder they made it back at all. I heard Odin was there.
How was she? The Enterprise, I mean.
Ah, Sid. Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So, is it good news or bad?
Good, thankfully. Here.
Ah, that's brilliant! Thanks, I'll fit into this. May I present to you the Telemon Furnace! Ain't bad, is she?
She's a beauty.
You saved my bacon again!
It's fine, really.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements.
You could just buy me a bigger...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. It's a metal, see? So it's lovely.
Stretchy metal.
That is the spirit. So, what do you reckon?
Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Dreaming, maybe even out there. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together.
They'll hardly believe that.
Right then. Let's get back to work. These world-changing inventions.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just, I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
What is this place?
Don't move. Here, it's fresh from the well.
grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings. Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you coming.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
You've seen more of the world these past 5 years than most do in a lifetime. It's a shame you never had a moment to enjoy it.
wasn't expecting you back so... Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
How are you doing? Anything catch your eye? Seen enough? Sid, you didn't happen to see anything out of the ordinary on your way here, did you? We've had reports of bearer transports being attacked along the roads, and they're not freeing the poor souls. They're reselling them on the black market. If we can catch them in the act, perhaps we can kill two birds with one stone.
Ready, go? Back to the stables, girl. Don't get surrounded. This one. Blizzard! Let's go. Yeah! time to fight. Enough of you, are there? Straight home now.
Faster!
We're not going to outrun this one. Stay close, Torvald.
Over here! Get him! Get him! Over here! Over! Kill! Get him! Sick him! This one!
on someone your own size.
Karen says she'll provide what she can for our voyage to Ash, and has even agreed to forgo payment. Until our return, that is.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them.
I still say it were a compliment.
Say it or... Ah, Clive, please tell me you've come to take our...
I'm not here for Mid. I need information.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens?
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, and we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinter.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed... Very little is known of Ash. And the information we do, we have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land...
Then tell us what we will find.
But no splinter.
All right. But interrupt me, and... Barnabas Tharm. The one they call the last king. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canva's streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped, and Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Back again? How may I help you today? I have the details here. Here you are. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Please, Your Grace. Stay strong. Ah, my Lord Marquis. It was the greatest honor of my life. But now, so I bid you. Your companions are kind. I must admit, but I see now.
Yote, is anything the matter?
My lord, yeah. It's your brother, though he does his best to hide it.
I had feared.
There are certain elixirs which...
But?
But His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased. So I consulted with Tarja and certain of my comrades among the Undying, and thankfully a recipe was found. The only problem... And our supplies. Unless we can secure more... My lord, I know.
For Joshua. So?
A rare herb, but it grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it's... We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria, but the search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it? The Stone and Water itself is unharmed by the flood?
Well...
Then I shall go in your...
But...
You've yet to find another source, correct? Besides, I'm a dominant.
Well, if you're sure, my lord. Stonewort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the... I shall remain here and prepare...